Hi, honey. I get my microphone away. Kitty, 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 kitty. Eve. Fine. What else can I buy? Check our resources sufficient. Eve, what are you playing with? Can you stop playing with the earbuds? Usually by asking what they'd like. Fine. Espresso. Gonna intake water. Meaning milk. What? Move the parameter. Why? Damn, these queues take forever. Eve, stop playing with the random cables. This equal to express Here's the download. Okay, there we go. Print report. Check if resources are sufficient. Process coins. If you're driving me crazy. Why are you attacking the wall? Yo. Hey, what is with the wall with you? Why are you like attacking the wall right now? Like, chill out. There we go.
Welcome to Rialto. Prepare to attack. Select your hero.
What's up? What's up, everybody? Your Discord Nitro collection of Bioshock and Wife 4.
Greetings.
Free Discord Nitro collection. What do you mean?
Matters personally, but I will see them done.
Attack commences in 30 seconds.
There's nothing I haven't
Oh, collection of Bioshocks and Heart of Iron 4 on sale where? Because I looked at Steam and there wasn't a sale going on. Maybe it's just regional. In Egg? Oh, Epic Game Store?
5, 4, 3, 2.
I already have Discord Nitro.
Attack commencing.
Yeah, I looked at for that Heart of Iron on Steam, and it wasn't on sale. They had like a no.
Sigma's on. Top to the left.
Not dead yet.
This will heal you.
Back, we don't have any healers.
Knock me down and I'll keep getting back up.
Don't get the turrets.
Why are we stopped? To let us move this payload.
Double.
I've got you in my sights.
Double.
Only gets better with me.
Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes I don't get notifications on my Discord. Like, I did the other day, but then I haven't gotten any since, so I don't know what's going on with that.
Dead yet. I'm on fire!
I need heal.
Thank you.
I have ult.
I've got you in my sights.
Turrets.
The Mercy's one.
Turrets, top. I can't get the turrets.
Not dead yet.
Balls behind, balls behind. Balls dead.
So dumb.
Have mercy.
Oh my god, we need to switch up the heals or something.
Surrender to my will.
Why did you open Mura? Jesus.
Knock me down and I'll keep getting back up.
Where's our shield? Oh, it's coming.
Dude, I keep dying. I don't get any heals. Get the mercy.
60 seconds remaining.
Behind you. Ball. It's killing your back line.
I'm not a young man anymore.
Turrets.
Get up here. The payload has reached the checkpoint.
This old dog's learned a few tricks.
No.
Sigma's one. Sigma, there you go.
Heals.
I mean, 10 for 0.
Fucking hell.
This old dog's learned a few tricks.
Surrender to my will. The payload moves. 60 seconds remaining.
Nice Reaper.
Adaptive circuits engaged. Reaper.
Careful, careful.
Anyone need some healing?
Its destination.
Get the mercy. Oh man.
Someone's one.
I'm not a young man anymore.
Yo, if If you could help heal more instead of just DPSing something.
Round one.
For the Crusaders!
Score 2-0. Switching sides. Prepare your defenses. Select your hero.
We're all soldiers now.
Check this out.
Attackers incoming in 30 seconds.
We shall prove ourselves in glorious combat.
Everybody, get your stuff together and let's jam. Feeling good?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Stop the payload. Double double.
Genji's up top behind.
Heals, heals, heals.
Genji's one.
Not dead yet.
Cease your resistance. The payload has reached the checkpoint.
Genji, why are they behind you?
This old dog.
You gotta help out, Hog.
Oh, awesome. Genji behind.
This is my will. Be right back.
Scoop up. Come back if y'all can.
This old dog.
Everybody's far.
Tricks.
Play the corner, bro.
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
No rest for the weary. I've got you in my sights. You shall return.
The
I
payload
don't
is
quit till the
approaching its
fight's done.
destination. Defeat.
Process coolant.
to else that it can do. Let's take this example and we're going to make a digital version of it. We're going to create our own coffee machine. And the first step we need to replicate is the ability to make 3 hot flavors. So the flavors we're going to make are 1 espresso,
Go in Hoy.
2 latte, and 3 cappuccino. Here are the recipes for these 3 types of drinks. Each of them requires a different quantity of water, a different quantity of coffee, and a different quantity of milk. And they also each have a different price. We're going to be
And what? Syntax error. Why would I have a colon after it? Expected after dictionary key? Line 32? Package resources. Print. An item from a dictionary. Why would that fucking require a... Oh, I'm done. Print versus object. That was inside the fucking closing bracket. What? Did you mean itter? No. Water. Grab the fucking quotes. Print. That's how I do that. Check resources sufficient.
Traveling to Route 66. Prepare your defenses. Select your hero.
What's up, everybody?
Death walks among you. You look ridiculous.
Attackers incoming in 30 seconds.
Our world is worth fighting for.
Hello. Group
We
up
can
here.
do it together.
Oh, hello. Hoi. Hello.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Stop the payload.
And just behind.
Wholly predictable.
Everyone is counting on me.
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
This fight is not over yet.
Привет!
Death walks among you. Here, eyes. Amplification matrix ready. Almost time for a graffiti flux.
What the fuck? Oh. Why? Oh my god.
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
Fuck.
What is that melody?
This is not the end. Repositioning. Thanks.
Hog right side.
Team kill.
Back from the grave.
The payload is approaching its destination.
Meteor strike.
Round 1 complete. Score 0-3. Switching sides. Prepare to attack. Select your hero.
With every death comes honor. With honor, redemption.
I live for a good fight.
Attack commences in 30 seconds.
What's on your mind, mate?
I am thinking of what I have lost.
What, your teeth? The arrows? The snack? I've got snaps. Cheer up.
Activating the barrier.
Not ready.
See through the dragon's eyes. Need healing.
Soldier one.
My ultimate is charging. Join me.
I need healing.
From afar.
I'm coming for you all. Pass into the iris. I must
To my will.
Meteor strike.
Oh, let's break it.
Crusaders.
Double kill. Triple kill. You have my
Nothing's
thanks.
gonna stop me.
Join me. The payload has reached the checkpoint.
never surrender.
My ultimate is ready. Enemy contact.
Into the eye. See through the dragon's eyes.
Group up with me. I understand. Spasiba.
A line setback marked by the dragon.
The payload has come to a halt! Get it moving! For the Crusaders!
I knew you
Aim
could do
is
it.
true.
Face me!
Next up.
See through the dragon's eyes.
Enemy contact.
I am moving the payload.
seconds remaining.
Marked by the target.
30 seconds remaining. Our time runs
Start
short.
over
We
at the
must
beginning.
increase our efforts. Group up. Ten seconds remaining.
Make every second count!
Start over at the beginning.
Defeat. Play of the game.
Like Newton.
Again, come on. Just because that happens. Doesn't mean sure unlicensed drivers are weird. Does that mean we should get rid of driver's licenses? Question mark? No, we can. Because setting a literally nobody would argue for driver's license. Obviously, time of doing nothing is over. You can have thing visible, like a license or type of regulation, or go with a whole out ban. But which would you prefer? Question mark. Oh, it was disabled question. I didn't see it in the tables OU. Not though. Period. There isn't a standard. It's not though, comma. Look at how many. By assault rifle. Of course not. Yeah, there's no silver bullet here. Period. Going to be a quite a few things. Sure. But it needs to start somewhere. Really is a good example. They had like one. Comma.
Now Entering. Prepare your defenses. Select your hero.
I'm a one-man apocalypse.
Attackers incoming in 30 seconds.
The government here has such a medieval view towards Omnis.
What are you looking at?
What's up, everybody?
5, 4,
Bastion, why don't you come back?
1.
Let it back here.
Attackers incoming.
I have a widow, watch out.
Defend objective A.
This will heal you.
Didn't have enough.
Oh, come on.
Regenerating the cellular structure.
Good game, good game.
modeling all this data in our coffee. You've just been hired up on the other coffee Kate. It requires you really want 100 ml. The name, how much milk. All we have to do is type
Coffee machine dash final dash app brewery. That REPL.run.
Now traveling to Busan. Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
We're all soldiers now. Quit screwing around and get ready to move. If one person shouts a request, kill the music.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Capture the objective.
Moira by your side.
The objective is now active.
Sig Transit Gloria.
I will not be denied.
I'm in the zone.
Hog mid. Hog mid.
Should have kept your head down.
Hog top left. Or top, yeah. Mercy mid.
I'm not a young man anymore.
Diva online.
My ultimate is almost ready.
No rest for the weary.
Like literally in response.
Rancid Gloria.
Reaper, can you go on that Widow? Or Diva?
Fall in here.
We're down both our healers.
I'm not a young man anymore.
Group up. Affirmative. Group up with rally at my position.
For your safety, please move behind the barrier.
Get over here and heal up. That's you in my sights. I'm on fire.
First round, 1. Score 1-0.
Let's shoot for a new high score.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 2. Capture the objective. Rally at my position. Barrier.
Get stabilized.
I'm under attack. This will heal
Tactical necessity.
For your safety, please move behind the barrier.
I cast this forth.
I recommend moving behind my barrier.
That's my business. Business is
Reset right side.
Victory. Play of the game.
Hey,
Knock it off.
while loop or use a for loop or create a different data structure. There are endless possibilities. What I'm going to show you now is just one of those possibilities. And what's really important is you don't feel like you've done it wrong just because it's different to mine. As long as it works the way that you expect it to, then consider yourself successful. The first thing I'm going to do is create a new project in Pycharm, and I'm going to call my project Coffee Machine. Again, making sure that I've got the latest version of Python as the interpreter. I'll click Create. Now, the first thing I'm going to do here is right click on the and create a new file, which is going to be my main.py. And then I'm going to go to my starting project in Replit, and I'm just going to copy everything there is over here and paste it into this main.py. Now, you might find the font of your code or of Pycharm a little bit too big or too small. If that's the case, you can just go into Preferences and change the appearance and the font to a different size, and this is for the user interface. And if you want to change the font of the editor, then you can go here, go to font, and then change that size here. I've tried to make it as large as possible so that when you're looking at this video on an iPad or an iPhone, all the code should still be readable. But of course, normally when you're coding, you'd probably want to fit more lines into the same screen. But it's not good to strain your eyes, so try to strike a balance there. Now I'm going to collapse that sidebar because I'm going to be coding entirely in this one file. Now notice at the beginning we get given a menu, and this is a dictionary which contains 3 entries, and each of those entries have the name of a drink, espresso, latte and cappuccino, and then each of them have a value that holds a bunch of data, including the ingredients that are required to make that drink and also the price of the drink. Now, there's also a resources dictionary which holds the resources of the coffee machine. Now that we've got all of that, then we're ready to go. I'm going to tackle these requirements one by one. And the first one says to prompt the user by asking, what would you like, espresso, latte or cappuccino? So I'm actually going to just straight up copy this line and put that into an input. This is going to be saved into some sort of variable, which I'll name choice. Now it tells me that the prompt should show every time action has completed. For example, once the drink is dispensed, and it should show again and again and again. So that means we're probably going to have to embed this input in some sort of while loop. So I'm just going to say for now, while something is true, then keep asking for this prompt. Right now, if we decide to go and run this code, where we go to run, and then click on this button and then select the main.py to run, then you can see that it asks me what would you like, and if I put an input it'll keep asking me until eternity basically, because there's currently no way of turning that true into false. So let's take a look at the next requirement, we should be able to turn off the coffee machine by entering off into the prompt. For maintainers of the coffee machine, they can use off as the secret word to turn off the machine, and your code should end execution when this happens. So when somebody wants to buy coffee, this is the line that they see. But when a maintenance guy comes along, then they should be able to enter something. And if this choice happens to equal the secret code, which is off, then in this case, we should stop the while loop and exit. So that gives us a way of changing this true into some other form of variable, right? So we could create a new variable called isOn, start it off as true, and while the machine is on, then it should continue to loop through and ask the user for their choice. But if the choice happens to be off, then we're going to turn that isOn into false. Now if we run our code again, so now that you've run it once, you can either stop it or you can rerun it. And now it's going to stop your existing code and rerun the code. So if you don't want to see this dialog every time, then just check this box and then click stop and rerun. So now if we make a selection or we say something, basically anything other than the keyword, which is off, it's going to loop back and forth and keep prompting us. But if I say off, then the machine turns off and you can see that I've now exited the program. Now we've tackled 1 and 2, let's go on to number 3. When the user enters the keyword report to the prompt, another secret word, a report should be generated that shows the current resource values, for example, water, milk, coffee, and money. So how can we do that? Well, firstly, we don't actually have a variable that holds the amount of money. So let's create something. Let's call it profit. Maybe, and set it to equal 0 to begin with. Our machine has an empty money box in the beginning. So now we have to check to see, well, elif, the choice, was equal to report.
How did I define that function? I already have created a function called that.
Well, in this case, we have to generate a report. And the report is basically going to print all the values of these resources. So I'm simply going to copy the expected output and I'm going to paste it here. And then we can try and turn that into print statements, making it dynamic instead of hard-coded. In my case, I want to add print in front of all of these lines. And previously, we've been doing this just by writing it one by one, and then maybe we could copy and paste it. But let me show you a quick tip that you can do in Pycharm. If you're on Windows, hold down the Alt and the Shift key on your keyboard. If you're on a Mac, hold down the Option and the Shift key. Now, click at the beginning and hold and drag down. So if that doesn't work, try it a few times. You'll get the hang of it eventually. But notice how I've now got 4 cursors, and that means when I write print, check this out. Isn't that cool? I've managed to write on 4 lines at once because I need that repeat functionality. And this is a way of doing multi-line editing. Remember that shortcut down the Option and the Shift key. Now, so if that doesn't work, try at the beginning, times you'll get the hang of it eventually. But notice how I've now got 4 cursors, and that means when I write print, check this out. Isn't that cool? I've managed to print on 4 lines at once because I need that repeat functionality. And this is a way of doing multi-line editing. Remember that shortcut and use it in the future if you find it useful. So I'm actually going to change this all into F strings because I want to change these numbers. Instead of being hard-coded, I want to insert them into here using the curly braces. The water is stored under resources, and then it's in the key called water. water. And now notice how I've got a outer double quote, so I can't have an inner double quote, so I'm going to change this into single quotes instead, like so. And I'm going to do the same for milk and coffee. So now I've added the water, milk, and coffee into my print statement. All I have left is the money. So let's delete the value and let's insert that profit into here. Now let's run our code again and let's check it out. If I type report, it should now give me a report of all the current values, and money is equal to $0 because that's what we start off with. We're now ready to tackle number 4. Here we have to check that when the user chooses a drink, we're going to check if there are enough resources to make that particular drink they chose. For example, if a latte requires 200 mils of water, but there's only 100 mils left in the machine, it should not make the drink because it actually can't make the drink, and it's going to print out, sorry, there's not enough water, or not enough milk, or not enough coffee, whatever it may be. So let's tackle this particular checkpoint.
First shooter.
Now that I've got the if choices equal off, if choice equals report, now if it's not either of those, then they're probably going to be entering the name of a drink. So let's catch that using an else statement. And then inside this else statement, I'm going to get hold of the particular drink that they ordered by tapping into our menu dictionary and then using that choice they typed in as the key. Let's say that the particular drink that they chose is equal to menu, and then the key is of course going to be the choice. So now if I just print this drink and
What? Oh, shit.
I run my code. So the shortcut for running is actually holding down the Control and R. And now I can go down here and you can see it's asking me for what I would like. So I'm going to choose latte. And what's going to be printed is the latte entry in my recipes dictionary up here. So this particular value. I can go down here and you can see it's asking me for what I would like. So I'm going to choose latte, and what's going to be printed is the code. So the shortcut for running is actually holding drink, and I run my code. So the shortcut for running is actually holding down the Control and R.
You have to have time.
And now I can go down here and you can see it's asking me for what I would like. So I'm going to choose latte, and what's going to be printed is the latte entry in my recipes dictionary up here. So this particular value. Now that I've got this value stored inside a variable called drink, well then I can tap into its ingredients. And loop through each of the ingredients, comparing it against the resources and seeing if there's enough. Now, this is a little bit of functionality that should probably be self-contained. So instead of just printing the drink, I'm actually going to create a new function. So up here, I'm going to create a new function with our def, and I'm going to call it is resource sufficient. And this is resource sufficient is going to take the order ingredients as a input, and then it's going to work on that. So if we want to call that function and pass in the order ingredients, we'll have to call is resource sufficient, and then the order ingredients will be from the drink and then getting hold of the values under the key ingredients. So under this particular key, it will fetch this particular dictionary, and this is the dictionary that's going to be passed over to this function as the input. So now that we have a hold of a dictionary with all the ingredients that are required and the amount of each ingredient, we can now compare it against our resources, which is a very similar dictionary with the resources and the amount that's left in the machine. We can loop through the order ingredients, and for each of the items in the ingredients, we're going to check to see if the order ingredients at that particular key, so this is getting hold of the value, is greater than or equal to the resources using the same particular key. For example, if we were looking at the first example, the item would be equal to water. So if we fetch the value from order ingredients with the key of water, we should get hold of 200, and we would now test to see if 200 is greater than or equal to the 300 that we have under the resources, well, in this case, then we should probably tell the user that we actually can't make it. So let's put an if statement there, and I'm going to use this same string here to print it out. Now notice when I pasted that string in, and has the double quotes from the PDF file here, that it's actually not being recognized, and I'm getting an error here. And the important thing to note is that there's a difference between decorative double quotes like these, which look different for the beginning quote and the end quote, and then there are programming double quotes which look like this. So I'm going to select this whole line and I'm going to add a double quote, and notice how they look identical from the front and the back. So now it's going to print, sorry, there is not enough, and the enough of what? It's going to be the item that we're currently looping through. So let's change that to an F string, which makes that an active piece of code that's going to be inserted. And in this case, we're going to return false because there is not enough resources. But otherwise, if we manage to get to the end of the for loop and we still haven't returned or exited the function by returning false, then in this case, we can return true. So if this particular logic is a little bit confusing for you, you could have something like this. So you have is enough equal true, and you could change is enough to false if any of the order ingredients are greater than the resources. And finally, at the end, you could return is enough. So basically, it stays true unless one of these if statements gets activated. But for simplicity's sake, I'm actually just going to keep it simple like this. And we're now ready to receive that result here. So we can put an if statement here. If the resources are sufficient for the drink, then we can proceed to continue to the next step. The next step is to process coins. The user is going to be asked for the number of quarters they have, the number of dimes, nickels, and pennies, and you have to remember their values. So if you're from the US, this shouldn't be a problem. But if you're like me, somebody who's not from the US, I actually find it really confusing. When I go to the States, I always think that the larger coin, that the nickel, should be worth more than the dime, but I think it's just me being silly. So we're going to ask the user to insert some coins, we're going to process it, and then we're going to calculate the total value of the coins they inserted. That, to me, sounds like it should be a separate function as well. So let's create another function here, which I'm going to call process coins. And this is not going to take any inputs, but it is going to return the total value of the coins inserted. Now, how do we process coins? Well, first we can print to ask them to please insert coins. And then afterwards, we're going to somehow calculate a total, right? This is the variable that we're going to keep track of, and we're going to return as the output of this function. The total is going to be calculated based on the 4 types of coins. So the first question we're going to ask them is how many quarters? And this, of course, is going to be a whole number, so we're going to turn it from a string into an integer. And we know that each quarter is worth 0.25. Of a dollar, so we can multiply the number of quarters by 0.25 and then we'll get the monetary value. Now we'll need to do the same thing for a bunch of other coins. So instead of quarters, this is going to be dimes, and then it's going to be nickels, and finally it's going to be pennies. Dimes are worth 10 cents, nickels are worth 5 cents, and pennies are worth 1 cent. Now, instead of just setting the total to each of these values, every subsequent one other than the first one, which remember creates this variable and sets its value, every other one is just going to be added to the current value, like this. So now, at the very end of all of this, we're going to return the total as the output. And whenever you have something that returns like both of these functions, you should probably be adding a docstring. So in this case, this returns the total calculated from coins inserted. And in this case, what happens is it returns true when order can be made, and false if ingredients are insufficient. Now let's call this function that we created process coins. If there's enough resources to make the drink, then the next step is to actually ask them for the money. So here is where we're going to call process coins. And notice when I write this and I hover over it, you can see that docstring we just wrote returns the total from coins inserted. That means this is going to return, and we need to capture the user's payment in this variable. So this returns the output, replaces this function call, and then it gets saved inside this variable called payment. Now, what are we going to do with this payment? Well, that goes on to the next step, which is to check that the transaction was successful. So we have to make sure that the user has inserted enough money to actually purchase the drink they wanted. But each drink, of course, has a different price. So if the user inserts enough money, then we're going to give them some change. But if they haven't inserted enough money, then we're going to say, sorry, that's not enough money, and the money is refunded. But if they have inserted enough money, then the cost of the drink is going to be added to the machine as the profit. So the next time we trigger the report, then we're going to get to see the increase in the monetary value. Again, let's create a new function and let's get rid of some of these squiggly lines by adding enough spaces in between the functions. This one I'm going to call is transaction successful, because that's basically what we're going to be checking. And it's going to take two inputs. It's going to take an input in terms of the amount of money that was received, and it's also going to have another input, which is cost of the drink. This function's goal is to return true when the payment is accepted, or it's going to return false if the money is insufficient. Notice how there's this line to the right here of your editor. Basically what happens is if you have a line of code that's a little bit too long past the recommendation from PEP 8, you can see that PEP 8 recommends that a line should not be longer than 120 characters because it's very hard to read for somebody scrolling around like this. So in this case, they would want you to put it onto a new line so that you don't have to scroll and you can see it all on the same screen. But in our case, this is not a problem because we have not exceeded the line length recommendation. So how are we going to check if the transaction is successful? Well, if the money received is greater or equal to the cost of the drink, well, in this case, that means we should return true, right? The transaction is successful. And if it's not the case, if it's the opposite case, then we're going to print, sorry, that's not enough money, and the money is refunded to them. So let's print that here. And we're also going to return false. Remember that the return has to be the last thing in your function. If you put this above the print statement, then the print statement will never get called, and that's why you have this highlight. And if you click on it, you can see that it tells you this code is unreachable. So there's a lot of these little hints and tips that really help you when you're developing. But if the user has inserted enough money, then the cost of the drink should be added to the machine as the profit so that we can see it in the next time report is triggered. So this means that if this money received is greater or equal to the drink cost, then we're going to add to this variable called profit that we have up here, which starts out at 0, but we're going to add the drinks cost to profit. So we're going to say profit plus equals drinks cost. And now you'll see an error under the profit because this is acting inside a local scope and profit is outside in the global scope. So in order to reach it, we have to say global profit. And the final part of checking the transaction is seeing if the user has inserted too much money, then the machine is going to offer change. For example, here is however many dollars in change, and the change should be rounded to 2 decimal places. Again, it's going to be inside this if statement. So the change is going to be equal to the amount of money received subtracting the drink cost. And this, of course, could be any number of decimal places. So we can use the round function, which you've seen a long time ago, to round this number, and the second input is the number of decimal places. So if you just hover over the function name, then you can see the docs come up, And this function is basically going to round a number to a given precision in decimal digits. So the first is the number you want to round, and the second is the number of digits that you want after the dot, basically. Now that we've gotten hold of the change, we're going to print and tell the user, basically, here is this many dollars in change. And of course, I have to add an F to activate that F string. So now we're ready to call is transaction successful, and we're going to pass in the money received and the drink cost. So the money received is of course going to be the payment from the previous step that was calculated from all the coins, and the drink cost is going to be based on the drink and it's under the key cost. Cost is going to be based on the drink, and it's under the key cost, which we can confirm up here. So the drink is this dictionary, and then there's the ingredients and the cost.
I don't get how that's just gonna.
Let's rerun our code. And let's test it out with something. Let's say I want a latte. Please insert coins. Let's say we tried to insert insufficient coins.
Mm. 83. Greater than or equal to, not supported between instances of dictionary and integer.
Coins. It tells us, sorry, that's not enough money. Money is refunded. But let's try giving it enough coins this time.
What did I forget? What the? Okay.
Which we can confirm up here. So the drink, and it's under coins, and the drink cost is going to be based on the drink, and it's under the key cost, which we can confirm up here. So the drink is this dictionary, and then there's the ingredients and the cost. Let's rerun our code, and let's test it out with something. Let's say I want a latte. Please insert coins. Let's say we tried to insert insufficient coins.
It's doing that.
Received is greater or equal to the cost of the drink. Well, in this case, that means we should return true, right? The transaction is successful. And if it drinks cost, again, it's going to be inside this if statement. So the change is going to be equal to the, and it's under the key cost, which we can confirm up here. So the drink is this dictionary, and then there's the ingredients and the cost. Let's rerun our code and let insufficient coins. It tells us, sorry, that's not enough money. Money is refunded, but let's try giving it enough coins this time. And in this case, it accepts it and it tells us here's $2.42 in change, rounded to 2 decimal places, and we're ready to take another drink. So now if we hit report, you can see that we've now earned some money in our machine and all our code is working as expected. So we're now ready to tackle the final part, which is to make coffee. If the transaction is successful and there are enough resources to make the drink the user selected, then the ingredients that make the drink should be deducted from the coffee machine's resources. For example, before I purchase a latte, I have 300 mils of water. After I purchase a latte, that gets reduced by 200 to 100. And the same happens to the other ingredient values, but of course the money goes up because I've already taken payment in the previous step. Let's take this into an if statement, because remember, this function returns true when the payment's accepted or false if the money is insufficient. So this is where we're going to call our next function, which is to make coffee. So let's create make coffee. In order to make coffee, we need to know the drink name so that we can tell the user, here is your particular drink. And we'll also need to have the order ingredients. The goal of this function is to deduct the required ingredients from the resources. In order to do that, we're going to get hold of the order ingredients and we're going to loop through them. So for each of the items,
Four items
in the order ingredients, we're going to look inside the resources for that particular item and we're going to subtract the amount that's in the order ingredients. And once all of that is done, so the for loop ends, then we can print, and we can even add an emoji to this. On a Mac, you can insert an emoji by going to Edit, Emoji and Symbols. On Windows, the easiest thing to do is to just search Google for a coffee emoji and then copy and paste.
Windows Plus. What the fuck did I just do? Windows key plus period. Ah!
paste it into your code. So now let's call make coffee here. And notice how if we are here, the machine is on and it's not any of these other previous choices, and then the resource is sufficient and the transaction is successful. These are all the steps that it took us to get to this particular stage in our code. So now we're going to make the coffee and we're going to pass in two things. So let's just see the prompt again. We need to give the drink name, which is going to be the choice that the user entered, and the order ingredients, which is going to come from the drink and it's under the key ingredients. So now we're ready to test and run our code once more. Let's say I want a latte and I'm going to insert lots of money. And now I have my latte. If I hit report,
Order ingredients on line 70. Item is not defined. I need a tab there. Press. Oh.
you should be able to see that a bunch of resources were
Or
subtracted and the money is increased. If I try to order another latte, it should fail because there's not enough water and there's not enough milk. You can see that it's not going to let me go through as long as one of the ingredients is not enough. So we've now managed to fulfill all of the requirements of our coffee machine program. Now there's probably a lot more complexity that you could add to your coffee machine, but Basically, what I wanted to show you today is how you would program something that exists in real life, like a coffee machine, and even something that seems as simple as a coffee machine. It can lead to a lot of errors, a lot of bugs, and a lot of anguish. But it's good. The more that you struggle, the closer you get towards your goals. And the clearer the role of the function, the easier it will be for you to untangle the logic. If you want to take a look at the completed code that I've written in this lesson, then simply head over to the link that's in the resources and you'll be able to see it in Replit. Make sure that you've managed to fix any issues in your code and that it runs exactly in the same way as expected in the program requirements. Well done for completing day 15. You're doing really, really well. Now, today I got another study tip for you. And the study tip relates to where you study. Because what I find is that when I mix the area where I have all my entertainment, where I watch Netflix, where I eat, or where I have fun, with the place where I study, then I can start to get a bit confused. And my brain is like, hey, wait a minute, we used to watch Netflix here. Now why are we doing this really hard thing? I just want to go back to that Netflix watching and maybe eat some popcorn. So what you can do is to find a study area, find a little nook or cranny. Go under the stairs if you have to. Just make sure that you only study in that one place and you don't do anything else. That way, every time you enter that space, it'll feel like, oh, I know what I have to do here. I have to study. And this is one tip that's really helped me beat procrastination. So I hope you'll try it out too. Hey, welcome to day 16 of 100 days of code. Now today we're going to be pulling out the big guns. We're going to be learning about object-oriented programming, otherwise known as OOP. Why are we learning about it? Well, if you think back to yesterday's project, some of you, I'm sure at some point during the project, would have had this feeling of what on earth is going on with my code? And the reason is because our code is getting more complex. It's trying to do a lot of things and it's trying to manage a whole bunch of relationships. So one function is changing a variable and then that same function is doing something else to another variable, and at some point the logic of our code starts looking very, very spaghetti-like. And it's at this point where it's really hard to track and remember what's actually going on in our code. So this style of programming is called procedural programming, where we set up procedures or functions that do particular things, and then one procedure leads to another procedure. And all in all, the computer is mostly working from top to bottom and then jumping out into a function as needed. Procedural programming is one of the earliest paradigms of programming. In fact, back in the days when we had older languages like Fortran or COBOL, they rely pretty much exclusively on procedural programming, like what we've been doing. But the increase in complexity, the increase in number of relationships that we need to remember and manage starts making it look a bit like the dating history of the Kardashians. And it gets very, very confusing because everybody has been in touch with somebody else. Now, the kind of relationships I prefer are one-to-one, me and my couch. So how can we maintain a simple relationship in our code while being able to write more and more complex projects? Well, this is where the object-oriented paradigm comes in really handy. Now let's imagine that you're tasked with creating the program for a self-driving car. Now, as you can imagine, this is a pretty complex project and it's many, many notches above the coffee machine that we've been struggling with so far. But what if you broke it down? What is a self-driving car? What are the different components that make up a self-driving car? Well, it probably needs some sort of camera module to keep track of what's on the road and to recognize what's on the road. it will probably need a form of lane detection to know if we're actually within the lane, or if we need to turn off, or if we need to park. And it will need some way of navigating, so that when the user says, I want to go to the bank, they identify the branch they want to go to, and then the navigation gets set up and the car knows how to get there. And finally, you'll probably need some form of fuel management, right? What should happen when the fuel gets low? Should it go and automatically recharge at a specified point? Now, I'm obviously simplifying this task. There's a lot more that goes into making an automated car. But we've already managed to break it down into several modules that we can think about tackling, right? But imagine if you have a whole team who are all working on this project, and within that team there's sub-teams who are working on each of these different modules. Well then, by splitting up this big complex task into separate modules, then we can all work on this car simultaneously, massively improving our productivity, making it much quicker to eventually build all the software for this car. Plus, on top of that, a lot of these modules are reusable. So if it just so happens that the next year we're tasked with building a drone, well, a lot of those programming modules that we built, like the camera module, the fuel management, the navigation, that's all going to be incredibly useful in our drone delivery software as well. And because we've taken out these individual chunks of code and modularized them using object-oriented programming, we won't have to code them up again in the same way that we might need to if we were using procedural programming. So what exactly is object-oriented programming? We've seen that we can split a larger task into smaller pieces, and each of those pieces can be worked on by separate teams, separate people, and also each of those pieces become reusable if we need the same functionality in the future. But object-oriented programming actually takes that concept even further. And I think the best way to explain it is to imagine that you are tasked with running a restaurant. So you take over this restaurant from your long lost uncle, and you realize that it's actually really hard running a restaurant. So first off, you have to be the receptionist, and you reserve seats for your restaurant visitors. And then when they order something, you have to be the waitress and bring them their order. And then, of course, the order needs to be cooked up, right? So you're also going to run into the kitchen and be the chef, create the thing that they ordered. And finally, you're also going to be the cleaner, tidying up after everybody once they've left. As you can imagine, if you're one person having to do all of these tasks, that's going to be a pretty rough day. There are, in fact, one-man restaurants, and I've seen some work really well in Japan, where you have just one person who's taking the order, who's making the food, who's tidying up after you. But the limitation here, though, is that look at how many seats he has. You can't have a large restaurant running everything by yourself. In the same way, we can't create a very complex and very large software project if we're using a procedural style of programming where we're sort of running a one-man band. It gets very, very complex and very hard to manage very quickly. So let's consider the alternative. What if we had just hired a bunch of people where they each have their own individual roles, they're trained for it, they know what to do, the waiter knows how to wait, and the chef knows how to cook? Well, in this case, you could just be the manager, and you can manage all of your staff and tell them what it is that they need to do. But then you won't have to worry about the nitty-gritty details of exactly how they need to go about doing their jobs. So for example, you don't need to tell the waiter how to wait on customers, and you don't need to tell the chef how to cook an egg, because they already know how to do that. And we can use the same concept to simplify the relationships in our code and make it scalable for larger and more complex projects. We've seen a little bit of why object-oriented programming is really useful, but now let's take a look at how you would actually go about implementing object-oriented programming. So in the last lesson, we talked of this example of the restaurant, where we hired 3 types of staff, and we had a manager who would then manage all of these 3 different types of staff. Now, the reason why object-oriented programming is called that is because it's trying to model a real-world object. So let's say that we are creating a virtual restaurant. Well, in this case, we probably have to model a virtual chef, waiter, cleaner, and manager. So let's say that we were going to model a waiter. In order to model our waiter, there's probably 2 things we need to think about: what it has and what it does. In terms of what it has, well, it might have variables like, is it holding a plate, true or false? Or which tables is it responsible for? Maybe table 4, 5, and 6. Now, it also has things that it does. Maybe they're able to take an order to the chef, and maybe they also need to take payment and add money to the restaurant. So these 2 different things, what the waiter has and what the waiter does, are the 2 most important things that make up an object: its attributes and its methods. By looking at the code, you can pretty much see that the attributes is basically a variable. An attribute is just a fancy word for a variable that's associated with a modeled object, like our waiter here. Because it's not just a free-floating bit of variable, right? It's not just somewhere in our main.python. It's actually a variable that's attached to a particular object. It's the waiter's tables responsible. Now, the method goes along the same vein. These, as you can clearly see, are just functions. But we call it a method because it's a function that a particular modeled object can do. We need a waiter object to take the order, and we need a waiter object to take payment. Again, these are not just free-floating functions. Now, there's a lot of new words that are part of object-oriented programming and programming in general. We're going to see them again and again, and eventually it's going to become a word that's going to be in your dictionary. But for now, just remember that in object-oriented programming, we're trying to model real-life objects, and those objects have things, and they also can do things. The things that they have are their attributes, and these are usually modeled with variables, and the things that they can do are called methods, and they are modeled by functions. So essentially, an object is just a way of combining some piece of data and some functionality all together in the same thing. But we can actually have multiple objects generated from the same type. So when we've modeled a particular job in our virtual restaurant, like the waiter's job, and we've figured out what are the things that the waiter have and what are the things that it can do, well, we can actually generate multiple versions of the same object. So we could have Henry, who's a waiter, and we can also have Betty, who's a waiter. And we can generate as many of these as we want from the same blueprint. And in OOP, we call this blueprint or this type a class.
Ah, that's what the fucking class
And we call
is.
these individual objects that are generated from the blueprint an object. So now let's take a look how we use these class blueprints to create an actual object. So here's a blueprint for a car, and that blueprint that specifies what the color of the car is, how many wheels it should have, what its mileage is, how much fuel it has, all of those bits of data combined with all of its functionality, like the ability to drive, the ability to stop and brake. And that blueprint, which models a real-life car, is known as the class. And it's from this blueprint, this class, that we can generate as many objects as we want. Now, the object is the actual thing that we're going to be using in our code. The code equivalent of what just happened, creating a new object from a blueprint, looks like this in Python. You have the class, which is normally written with the first letter of each word capitalized, which is known as Pascal case. This is to differentiate it from all the variable and function names that we give in Python, where each word is separated by underscores. So in this case, the car is the object, and it gets created from this car blueprint. All we have to do to create the object from the class is to give the object a name. It can be anything you want. Set it equal to the name of the class, and then the parentheses, which in the same way as it activates a function, it activates the construction of this object from the blueprint. Now, in order for us to practice this and to see it in action, we're going to be using a library of code that somebody else has created. And what it allows us to do is to finally start putting graphics onto the screen. The premise is really simple. Let's say that somebody somewhere has created a blueprint for a turtle. Now, this turtle has a paintbrush on its back, and you can tell the turtle to dip the paintbrush in different colors, pick different size paintbrushes, and most importantly, you can tell it to draw onto the screen. This library is called Turtle Graphics, and it's preloaded with every download of Python, so we can get started with it straight away. So go ahead and open up Pycharm and create a new project. Now I'm going to call mine by the old convention, day 16 start.
What the fuck? Whoa.
And making sure that I'm on the latest version of Python in my base interpreter, I'm going to click Create.
Hey.
Now once you've created the new project, go ahead and create the main.py as we have always done. In our case, we're going to be creating an object from a blueprint that somebody else has already created. And the blueprint lives in another module called turtle. So we'll have to import that module. And we know that from previously we can import other modules and use the things that are declared inside the module by importing it and then tapping into various things in there. So for example, if I was to go and create another new file, which I'll call another module. Now inside another module, let's say I create another variable. And now I can go back to my main.py, I can import my another module I just created, and I can tap into that variable that's inside another module by saying another module dot another variable. Now let's go ahead and run this code as it is. And you can see the value of that variable from the other module being used inside our main.py. Now I want to do the same thing using turtle, but in this case I want to tap into the class called turtle that's declared inside this turtle module. The wording is a little bit confusing, but let me show you what I mean. So I'm going to tap into the turtle module, and I'm going to get hold of a turtle class. So notice how it's got the C here, denoting that this is a blueprint for creating a new turtle object. Now remember that to actually construct the object, we need to add the parentheses at the end, and now we can save all of this into an actual object which we get to name. So I'm going to call my turtle Timmy, and now I've got a new turtle object. Essentially, we've done the same thing as we have done up here. We've imported a module called turtle. We've tapped into that turtle module here, and then we've fetched something from that module In this case it's a variable, and in this case it's a class, which is denoted by the capital T, the Pascal case here. And then we've used the parentheses to initialize, or basically construct, an object from that blueprint, and we've saved it into an object called Timmy. Now I can simplify this code to make it look more like what we had in the slides by saying, instead of import turtle, I can say from the turtle module import the turtle class. So now instead of writing all of this, I can simply just write Timmy equals a new object created from the turtle class, and it's constructed. So this is how we would construct our new object. So now I have this brand new object called Timmy, and if I go ahead and print Timmy, you can see that when I run this code, what gets printed is a new turtle object from the turtle module, and it's saved at this location in the computer's memory. So this is very different from, say, if we just printed a string or a number. It works completely differently. In this case, it's actually an object that's being printed. Now, what can we do with this object? Now, as we saw before with our car object, it has certain attributes, right? Like speed and fuel, data that it could keep track of that are really important to the modeling of an actual car object. Now, when it comes to accessing these attributes, the syntax or the code looks like this. Car in this case is the object, and then we use a dot or a full stop to separate the object from the actual attribute that we want to get hold of, which in this case is speed. What this code does is it essentially identifies the object and then says from this object, get the speed attribute. This is actually going to represent the speed of this particular car object. Coming back to our turtle, one of the other classes that is inside this turtle module is something called a screen. And the screen represents the window in which this turtle is going to show up. So let's go ahead and create this screen object. I'm going to call my object myScreen, and then I'm going to create it from this blueprint of a screen that we imported. Now we can tap into one of the screen's properties, which is called the canvas height and canvas width. So let's see what the height is, and notice how we're using that dot notation. So this is the object, and then separated by a dot, we've got the attribute that we want to access from this object. So I'm going to print that into the console. Now, when I go ahead and run this code, you'll see a window pop up very briefly, and that was the screen on which our turtle is going to show up. Now, if you take a look in the console, you can see that not only have we printed the turtle object, but we've also printed the height of the canvas for this particular screen that we've created. So the screen here is the object, and that canvas height is an attribute that's associated with that screen. Now, in addition to the things that an object has, so data that it holds, like the speed or the fuel, which we've already seen, it also has things that it can do, right? So functions that are associated with that particular object. And these functions, when it's tied to an object, is known as a method. But essentially, we would use it the same way as we have done with any other function that we've created so far. The only difference is the syntax. Firstly, we would tap into the car object, and then using that same dot notation that we saw with the attributes, we're saying car dot stop. So essentially, what we're doing is we're getting hold of the object, and then we're calling this function that's associated with that object, which is known as a method. So coming back to our code here, one of the things that we can do with this screen object that we've created here, called myScreen, is we can tap into one of its functions. And because it's a function that's tied to an object, it's actually called a method. So the method name is called exit on click. And what this will allow us to do is, instead of having our screen show up and then quickly disappear when our code ends, this exit on click will allow our program to continue running until we click on the screen, and then it exits our code. So let's try this again. And notice how we've now got our screen show up, and this canvas has a height of 300 and a width of 300. But now we can see our turtle in the form of the arrow. So this is our little Timmy shown up in the middle. And our code is only going to exit when the screen detects a click, because we've called this function that's associated with the screen object. So now if I click on the screen, you can see process finish with exit code 0. Our code has ended and the screen has disappeared. Now there are other functions as well. So if we take our little Timmy object, and we say, well, Timmy, why don't we change the shape of you on the screen, and we'll change you into an actual turtle. So now when I run the code, you can see that our object in the center is now in the shape of a turtle. Now, if you want to know how I know about all these things I can do with the Turtle Graphics library, then of course I'm getting all of this information from the documentation. So in the course resources, you'll see a link to this Turtle Graphics documentation, and it tells you all the things that you can do with your turtle. So for example, you can call all of these methods that are associated with your turtle object to get your turtle to move and draw. And you can also use it to change its position or change its coordinates, as well as doing things like changing the color or resetting. And you can browse through this list to see how you would use each of these things. So for example, if I wanted to change the color of my turtle, I can do that by simply just calling this method color, and then inside the parentheses I pass in the argument of the actual color string. Now you can choose from a whole range of colors just by putting in the name as a string into that method, which is called color. So go ahead and see if you can change our turtle Timmy's color from the default, which is just black, to one of the colors that you see in this link here. And the link, of course, is in the course resources. So let's say I want to change it to a coral color like this one. All I have to do is tap into my object, which is called Timmy, and then call the method, which is called color, onto it. And you can see all the methods are denoted by a little M here in the circle. Now this color, of course, expects some sort of input. So the input that it expects is an actual string of a color. And my string is going to be coral, which I picked up from here. So now let's run our code and see what it looks like now. Once the screen refreshes, you can see that our turtle is now a nice coral color, and we've managed to do all of this, to change the shape, change the color, all because we were able to call these functions which belong to this object. Now see if you can use the documentation here and figure out how to get the turtle to move forwards by 100 paces. Pause the video and try to complete this challenge. Alright, so we saw earlier that it has a whole bunch of move and draw methods. So we can simply use this forward method to get it to move forwards. And in terms of the parameters that it takes a number which is going to determine the distance that it's going to move forwards by. So we said that we wanted our turtle to move forwards by 100 paces. So all I have to do is specify the object that I want to move, which is Timmy, and then call that method forward and pass in the distance. So I said 100 paces. So now let's run our code again. Again, and you can see that little turtle just move forward by 100 paces. So now we've seen how to create a new object from a blueprint. We've seen how we can tap into its attributes by using the object name dot and then the name of the attribute. So this is the same as having a variable that's associated with that object. And finally, we've seen how we can call methods that are associated with the object. For example, here when we change the shape, or when we change the color, or when we told it to go forwards. Now in the next lesson, I'm going to show you how you can get hold of more external libraries, not just Turtle, but a whole world of packages that you can tap into, and you can start using these packages of code that other programmers have already developed, and simply by creating objects from the existing blueprints and reading the documentation to get it to do various things that you want it to. So for all of that and more, I'll see you on the next lesson. Now, I've mentioned a lot about using code that other developers have written, and the most common way to do this is through using packages of code. In this lesson, I'll show you how to integrate an existing package of code into our project so that we can practice creating objects and working with attributes and methods. Now, we've seen modules of code where each file that we create in our project is essentially a module in itself. But a package differs from a module in the sense that it's actually a whole bunch of code that other people have written. Lots and lots of files all packaged together to achieve some sort of goal or purpose. Now, let's say that we wanted to create a table of Pokemon and their type. So we wanted some way of documenting that Pikachu is an electric type and maybe Squirtle is a water type. Now, if we wanted to do that in ASCII so that we could print it in the console, well then we would have to go about formatting it, and it'll be quite painful. So we might have to print some sort of pipe, and then maybe we would have the name of the field, so Pokemon name, and then maybe another pipe, and then we would have the name of the next column, which is their type, and then finally we would close that off. And then we would have to print some sort of horizontal line, maybe like this, and so on and so forth, just to create this table. And it's quite difficult if you're not used to manipulating ASCII and visualizing it. I certainly am not up to this task. So what could we do instead? Well, we could search for a package that other developers have created to achieve this goal. And the place that we would do that is somewhere called PyPy, which is the Python package index. And this is a bunch of software for the Python programming language that is developed and shared by the Python community. So we can see their source code, but more importantly, we can see how to implement the code and how to put it into our project. In here, I'm going to search for something called Pretty Table. And this is a very simple library that is going to help us to display tables in a ASCII format. We can click on the project links to find out more about it. And this will take us to the Google Code Archive, where the documentation is hosted. If you go to wikis and go to tutorial, you'll see some documentation on how to use it. Now, this particular package is not as extensive as the Turtle graphics package, so there's actually not a lot of things you can do with it, but it's got more than we need for our use case. The first thing we have to do is to install this package into our project. Now, unlike the Turtle package, which is already preloaded with every copy of Python, in order to use the packages that you find in the Python package index, you actually have to install it. So here's how we do it in Pycharm. First, go to the Preferences. So in Windows, I think it's under File and then Preferences. On Mac, it's under Pycharm and then Preferences. And then here, you'll see a whole bunch of things you can change, including the editor or appearance, which we've already messed around with. But I want you to click on your project. So my project is called Day 16 Start, and then we're going to go into the project interpreter. And here we can click on the plus button to install any package that you find in the Python package index. Make a note of what it's called. So ours is called Pretty Table, and then we're going to search for it inside the available packages, and once we've found it, we're going to select it and then click install. If you're working with Replit, you can also install packages just by going to the Packages tab and then again searching for Pretty Table. Once you've clicked on the package you want, click on the plus button to add it to your project. Now, Replit is a little bit weird because it says installing, but it never actually confirms the success. But once you click run, everything will go through and it will work perfectly, as long as you see it in your list of packages here. Now, if you want to remove the package, you can simply click on the minus button, but now we're going to work with it. So now it's installed successfully, we can go ahead and close this down and click OK, and we can now access this package called Pretty Table in our code. Again, I'm going to import it, so I can say import Pretty Table, and now I can use everything that's inside this package. Now, if you want to see the source code, you can actually right click on it and select Go to Implementation, and this will take you to the Python file where this entire Pretty Table is implemented, so all the code that they've written. It's a little bit daunting and it's got a lot of code in it, but we don't have to worry about how the code is created and how it works. All we need to do is look at the documentation for this package and see how we can implement it into our project. Now in the next lesson, we're going to get some practice constructing a Pretty Table object and using the documentation to explore this object's attributes and methods.
Holy shit.
For all of that and more, I'll see you there.
Welcome to Oasis. Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
What's up, everybody? Yo.
There is no obligation to the universe. Tempus fugit.
Hello.
Observe the barrier.
All great.
You live?
Yo. Emoji. Sorry, I can't read that while I'm trying to play.
Mercy, can you boost me for I'm gonna go up here.
Well, I just took a break and now I'm starting on another one. So far so good with this one.
Yeah, it's gonna take a while. I'm sorry, I threw that.
The universe is magnificent, isn't it? Don't worry, my friend. I am your shield. Barrier is about to break.
US, got some US East. I don't know. Well, how about you? Oh, I don't know they had Middle East servers. Yeah, a little bit.
The breakthrough was near. I could feel it.
What? I don't think there's actually a US server. I think they are Middle East server. I think they have Asia, Europe. Well, it depends on what you're playing too, because if you're playing DPS, the supports or the queues are very long in general. So does the Middle East put on Europe or does it go on Asia?
The universe is magnificent, isn't it? May I take your order?
I don't even have a Doom.
My servants never die.
Yeah, it could be.
Activating the barrier.
Yes, that's what I need, man. Thanks. Have a good one.
Best round.
Crusaders!
Nice, nice.
Score 1-0.
Jameson Fox, Minister of Engineering, has a certain ring to it.
Believe me, I get wanting to wear the armor and all, but following the old man around must be nothing but trouble.
I don't see it that way. To me, it's an honor.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 2. Capture the objective.
We're split.
What?
We're split up.
Oh, okay.
The Double kill.
The universe is magnificent, isn't it?
Echo here.
Assemble at this location. What is this power? Barrier, hold together! Back to me! You're fully
Executing flight manager.
activating the barrier. Barrier is about to break. Barrier unstable.
Point. Hog.
Watch that equation.
Hog one.
Power.
Victory. Play of the game.
Kermit. Yo, Brandon. What's up?
Now arriving at Lijiang Tower. Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
Howdy, everybody.
Yo. I've been on an atrocious losing streak.
Let's turn it around.
Yes, I would love to do that.
It's not my preference to see to matters personally.
Have you tried not being bad?
I will see them done.
I thought about it, but yeah, I just don't feel like doing that.
Shit, it's a shame.
I'm pretty sure that's not the problem here. Okay, guys, let's do this.
Round 1. Capture the objective.
Please no Farah.
Hit the teleporter.
Sem turrets.
Oh, May, bitch. Can't wait till I don't get frozen by her in Overwatch 2.
Tried to keep you up, Diva, but yeah.
No, that wasn't right at all.
Deal with the Sem turrets, guys. Okay, don't stagger, don't stagger, don't stagger, don't stagger.
If only the answers were simple.
I require assistance.
Dude. What do I gotta do here, man? We punish this monkey? No. And Lucio get picked? Alright. This is just painful, man. Can we go right? Or can we go white room? White room?
Bitch. Mushroom.
Okay, good. He's dead. Let's push.
All right. Good old man. Oh my God! Teleporters or turrets.
How can I help you guys get kills? What can I do?
No, that wasn't right at all.
We have Farah. Mercy might not be bad for her.
Alright, I've never really played Mercy, but I'll give it a try.
It looks like McCree is popping off though, so I don't know.
Oh, this has literally been every game for the last 2 days.
Think you can keep up with me?
Double, triple, quadruple check your math. Group up here.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 2. Capture the objective.
Assemble at this location.
We're gonna probably have some teleporter in again. Yep. Break. Monkey behind. He's purple. Buzz. Monkey's out. Kills Reinhardt.
We kill the Sen.
I don't think we're gonna be able to kill anything right here. We're gonna back out. So only 2 you and me left, basically.
That music.
Now they're just pushing our spawn. Like, if you guys can't get a fucking kill here, dear God. This is just pathetic, dude.
Retrieving the barrier.
Can we group up and not split up? The Rhine's behind us. These fucking teams, dude. Holy shit. You know this MTB's the fucking turrets are a problem and you don't even shoot them, dude. Freaking clown teams, holy shit.
Play of the game. Triple kill. Now entering King's Prepare Row. To attack. Select your hero.
What's up, everybody?
There is no obligation for the universe to make sense to you. Double, triple, quadruple check your mouth.
What do you guys fancy
30 seconds.
as a second tank?
I live for a good fight.
Noodle? The same noodle from the other game.
5, 4,
Oh,
3,
Jets.
2, 1. Attack commencing. Capture objective A.
Barrier in place.
That was kind of dumb.
Barrier is about to break.
Hog gun behind us. Hog behind us.
The breakthrough was near. I could feel it.
Activating the barrier. That music, it's playing again. Danger is real.
Feeling enough.
Barrier no longer exists.
Come on, Moo. Do your Gengu shit, Moo.
Hello.
I thought for a minute you were the Moo from my clan.
Escort the payload.
Is that the Ku Klux one?
Yeah. The one with the cool hats. And the killing black people.
Everything is falling into place. My ultimate is almost ready. Activating the barrier.
Jesus.
Adjusting angle. Payload moving forward.
There goes one. That goes one.
Holy shit. This Anna is killing me every time. No, I'm not playing great, but that Anna.
Adaptive circuits engaged.
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
Barrier in place. A payload in motion.
Experience tranquility.
The breakthrough was near. I could feel it. The payload and I move as one.
Enemy radar contact.
Barrier
Reinhardt went left. Reinhardt went left.
The equations were correct. The problem must lie elsewhere. The payload must move. The payload moves in accordance.
60 seconds remaining.
It's playing again.
I'm not sure how to counter
We
like
need to
monkey
rally on the payload.
with.
We have a Genji, which is like Genji's counter. So I mean, Reaper.
Adaptive circuits engaged. Sigma. Systems in overdrive.
Okay, we can't get a point. I'm gonna jump in.
Approaching its destination.
Lifting off.
Round 1
Nice try.
complete. Score 2-0. Switching sides. Prepare your defenses. Select your hero.
There is no obligation for the universe to make sense to you.
The government here is such a medieval
Attackers incoming in 30 seconds.
150. Get for optimal chance of survival. Stay in range of my barriers.
There's nothing I haven't seen before. Stick together. We will complete our mission.
You are advised 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
Out for a widow. There.
Activating the barrier.
Yep, they have a Venom mine, so they have a widow.
That music, it's playing again. Assemble at this location.
Lost. Stop
Activating the barrier.
It's time. Powering shields. That music, it's playing again.
Hey. Hello.
Hi there.
I really scattered out. Should probably group up.
Thanks.
I'm on fire. Barrier in place.
That Anna is never dead. I'm trying, but she's just carrying, man.
Hold the corner here.
Up here.
Back up a little bit. Hold this corner. Take a shield.
If only the answers were simple.
Watch out, it's on the right.
That music, it's playing again.
That point's there, so set up for the next one.
Barrier in place.
the payload has reached the chip.
Oops, wrong button.
Unstable.
Hold the corner.
Adaptive circuits engaged. Reaper.
Done this before.
Is approaching its
Observe the
destination.
barrier.
Fucking that enough. Easy.
Play of the game. Now traveling to Busan. Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
What's up, everybody?
I'll be watching over you. Describing your work as unethical would be a kindness.
But the true question is whether or not you can deny my discoveries. No, I didn't think so.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Capture the objective.
Soldier 76 reporting for duty.
What are you talking about?
Did someone call for me? Casting a spell on you. My healing spell is upon you.
The objective is
Find their weakness and claim the objective.
Where does it hurt? Chanting your damage.
Nice.
It's been done.
This will heal you.
Good choice.
I'm taking care of you. Casting a spell on you. My healing spell is upon you. Moving up. My keen analytics. I'm here. Damage enemy. I'm taking care of you. All over me. It's been done.
Knock him down.
Casting a spell on you.
Echo behind us.
My healing spell is upon you.
This will heal you. Power grows.
My servants never die.
No, damn it. Nice.
Let's get you back out
Back out of that room. I can't really heal you very much.
My healing spell is upon you. Enchanting your damage.
I don't get lost in there. Exactly what I was warning about.
Let's get you back out.
They're all going lower because they just killed Roadhog goes down there. Reaper's on your right. Nope, I'm gonna get the fuck out.
I've got you. Enchanting your damage. Cast healing spell. Touch from afar. Where does it hurt? Get in position to my will. Damage amplified. Power grows. Well done. Ich kümmere mich um dich. My servants never die.
Right behind you, McCray.
I will power through. Claim the objective. Helden sterben nicht.
First round 1. Score 1-0.
Ich bin da. Casting a spell on you. Damage increase.
4, 3, 2, 1. Round 2. Capture the objective.
Saddle up.
Damage amplified. Just what I needed. I'm here.
The objective is now.
Damage increase. My damage spell is upon you. I'm taking care.
Nice.
Enchanting your damage. I got you.
They're teleporting?
Did someone call for
Someplace? I don't know where. But heard it.
I'm even stronger. Merci.
No one can hide from my
Widow, I'm gonna need to hear some dinks off of you.
Stay here. Casting a spell on you. My servants never die.
Nice.
I'm taking care. I have empowered you. I'm here. Enemy reviving. Just what I needed.
They're right there.
Did someone call for it?
I'm even stronger.
Tactical visor activated.
Right on. The battle continues. Right beside you.
No one can hide from my sight.
Did someone call
Widow, can you switch, please?
Don't stop now.
Get on it.
Oh, turn it up. Come on, let's bring it together.
Round 2. Loss.
Gale the Mahal. This will restore you.
Score 1-1.
I'll be watching over you.
You were a disgrace to Overwatch. If I had known what Reyes had been planning, I would never have allowed it.
It's
seems to me that it was convenient for you not to look too closely into Gabriel's business.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 3. Capture the objective.
Your support has arrived. My damage spell is upon you.
Thanks. Put it on my
This is my will. I must go where I'm needed.
Everyone, on the objective.
I need healing.
Casting a healing spell. Damage amplified.
Oh, Moira.
Dude, what?
My healing spell is upon you.
Now see what I can do.
Let's get you back out there. My damage spell is upon you.
Point. What feels dead?
Good as new.
Acknowledged.
I'm with you.
Allow me to repair the damage.
Let's get you back out there.
My ultimate is ready. Let's go.
Understood.
Get into position.
My healing spell is upon you. My servants never die.
Tactical visor activated.
Sure.
Damage. Well done. Your support has arrived. Where does it hurt?
Everyone, heal up. Feeling strong.
This will heal me.
I still have use for you.
Can I get rid of those turrets? Can I get rid of those turrets on point? Behind you, huh? McCree.
This DPS isn't working.
Immer unterbricht mich jemand bei der Arbeit.
Soldier isn't working. It's trash. Why'd you choose soldier?
Overtime.
Oh, yes!
Defeat.
You are not online. Oh shit, what? Do prio passes still work? It doesn't let... Yeah, they work.
Now arriving at Lijiang Tower. Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
I'm a one-man apocalypse.
Soon we will see if the hypotheses are correct.
Nothing to worry about. Unless there's something to worry about. As Dr. Liao always said.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Capture the objective.
Activating the barrier.
Radar contact.
The objective is
Ball on point. I have silver healing?
Team kill.
Baptiste here. Move to the beat.
Moving up.
Regen burst activated.
0-1.
Believe me, I get wanting to wear the armor and all, but following the old man around, nothing much more.
I don't see it that way. To me, it's an honor.
Oh, yeah!
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 2. Capture the objective.
Ahí sí. Audio medic.
They're tipping the point. They're tipping on point again. Monkeys one. I'm gonna take care of this.
Feeling better?
They have this guy that CP out of there. Fucking turrets, Jesus Christ. That's 3 ults. 4 ults for them. They just wasted all their ults.
Fall back. Again. Group up.
Thank you, Baptiste. Oh, you're welcome.
Unacceptable. Then all you have is a hammer. Everyone
There's a hella people over here.
Step right up.
Get that turret, please.
This one. Push off.
Yeah, time to heal up.
Yahi Parambasa
Reaper just teleported in.
Round 2, 1. Score 1-1.
An elbow servo isn't actuating. Ah, it's annoying. Vegeta!
No point in fixing it now. I think just mess it up again.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 3. Capture the objective.
Nothing's good as done.
Don't worry, my friend. I have your
The objective
I'm taking my claim on the objective.
Oh. We need more healing.
We do need more healing.
We're gonna Lucio are not
Please
cutting it.
switch one healer, at least. Especially against that fauna.
Yeah.
back and ready for more.
Observe the barrier. Barrier is about to break.
Get behind.
I'm out. Attack the object. Attack the object.
Of course, Lucio doesn't have any chat.
Neither of them want to switch, which is great.
I've got you in my.
Bro, can we please get an actual healer?
Jesus Christ.
Why did we just ult there?
I don't know, panic ult. It's fine, we won the point. Soldier's right side, I need help. Get the monkey.
Oh, Zarya 1, Zarya 1. And monkey's feeding. Huge.
Your shield. Soldier is behind.
What is that melody? I'm on fire. Clearing the area.
Victory. Play of the game. Double kill. Triple kill.
Speed maximum.
Glasses.
Welcome to Blizzard World. Prepare your defenses. Select your hero.
There is no obligation for the universe to make sense to you.
Marked by the
Just
dragon.
like in training.
Nothing's gonna stop.
Visualize, then execute.
Hello. Greeting.
Attackers incoming in 30 seconds.
Just sit around knowing there's someone out there that needs to be blown up.
A lovely day for field research. Hello.
Oh, time to accelerate.
Five, four, three, two, one. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
Observe the barrier. An unexpected but not unwelcome development. Observe the
Objective lost. Stop the payload.
Stardust to stop. Group up here.
I'm not checking in.
Hog's coming left. Hog's going high ground left. Going across the bridge, watch out. Hog still left.
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
No, that wasn't right at all.
Help me.
Observe the barrier.
I don't think so.
done this before.
Back to me! Activating the barrier. Get my barrier destroyed. Inventory allocation.
My will made real.
Assemble at this location.
Surrender my will.
Someone better get a bar.
Og's going behind.
Barrier in place. Back to me.
Ash behind.
No, that wasn't right at all.
Barrier in place. Retrieving the barrier.
The equations were correct.
Complete.
The problem must lie elsewhere.
Score 0 to 3. Switching sides. Prepare to attack. Select your hero.
There is no obligation for the universe to make sense to you.
It is not my preference to see to matters personally, but I will see them done.
Attack commences in 30 seconds.
Move to the beat.
Enough waiting around. Let's get out there.
Come, sit by the fire. Take a load off.
I have no time for such frivolous pursuits.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commencing. Capture objective A.
The dragon awakens.
Activating the barrier. Barrier's about to break.
No, that wasn't right at all.
Take high ground and drop on them.
music. It's playing again.
Enemy turret destroyed. Group up here.
Get down our supports.
Observe the barrier.
Wait for McCree. All right. Guess let's wait for our supports again.
See through the dragon's eyes.
Take high ground, go right.
Enemy turret at this location. Need healing. Group up here.
60 seconds.
Assemble at
remaining.
this location. Get on the attack or it's game over.
Objective A captured. Escort the payload. Push off.
Taro going right side. Hog's right.
Activating the barrier.
Like Newton. Haven't we done this before?
The payload is stopped. It is moving. Barrier in place.
Seconds remaining.
I'm on fire.
You'd be wise to stay out of my sight.
Activating the barrier.
seconds.
It cannot be.
If only the answers were
The payload
simple.
is stopped. And here I thought we had a plan.
Trish is on our back left.
10 seconds remaining.
We have to pick it up. Let's attack.
Barrier in place.
I've sighted the enemy.
Oh, let's break it.
Round 2 complete. Score 3-3. Switching sides. Prepare your defenses. Select your hero.
Barking the bell. Yeah. Good
Justice will be done.
Well, it's high noon somewhere in the world.
Sorry. Oops, that's my mistake.
Attackers incoming in 30 seconds.
Oops.
Ah, my friends, that is all is standing around. There's glory to be won.
Let's hold high ground now. We can always drop on back onto the point.
I foresee great things for you.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
Let's get a move.
Shield's going down. Or hogs coming left.
Warp across the stars with your very own carrier stolen.
My thanks.
Seconds remaining.
GG.
Defeat. Play of the game. Double kill.
AVOLG. Thanks for the raid, man. Just fucking queuing up. Taking forever. How was your stream? Why is my... Oh, never mind. Thought I had a delay. Yep. Sure do. Oh. Well, they're hit or miss. Been like win one, lose one, win one, lose one. How about you? I hate to raid and dish. Alright, thanks, Sam. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for raiding. You too. Party of 13. The hell? They brought the party. Where's the blow? Hookers. I wonder if they claim they're gonna solve queue times with Overwatch 2. This next upcoming beta or whatever. Read on some article. Be interesting to see it. Oh, I'd love to see the logic behind the actual pairing system. See what the hell it actually does. What factors it takes into. Oh, there we go.
Traveling to Hanamura.
What'd I get? Support.
Defenses. Select your hero.
Soul. Dead blue. What's up, everybody? Fence.
I'll be watching over you.
Learning processes towards animating your combat performance.
What an odd compliment.
Attackers incoming in 30 seconds.
Enchanting your
All of
damage.
this was to be mine.
I'm
Roof.
taking care of you. I've got you.
I must say.
You had to pick me up.
5, 4,
Casting
3,
a spell on you.
2, 1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
You are infected. Reinhardt, where would you be without me?
Hog left. Monkey jumping behind on our Ana.
My healing spell is upon you.
Play behind wall, shield it down.
Let's get you that alpha. Did someone call for it?
Shield's down again. Genji's going top.
Can't see you. Oh. Shit. I'm gonna die if I try to res that.
Soldier 76
Witches
reporting.
don't die that easily.
Objective lost. New defense point. Objective B.
Your support has arrived.
Monkey high right.
My healing spell is upon you. Enchanting your damage. I've got it. You make a great team. Did someone call for it? My servants never die.
Oh, don't go in there. I'm trying to keep you up.
I'm taking care of Casting a healing spell. I'm here.
How the fuck did you get up here?
Someone called the ambulance. Someone called the ambulance.
Ooh, that widow.
Casting a spell on you. Helden sterben nicht.
Widow high right.
Shotgun. I remember the feeling.
My ultimate is ready. Let's go.
High spell activate. I've got you. I'm taking care of you. Damage increase.
Oh, I can't see you.
My servants never die. Damage amplified. You make a great team. Good dawali.
Try and come back.
Defend the objective.
I have empowered you. Right beside you. Understood. My damage spell is upon you. Helden sterben. Your support has arrived.
My ultimate is ready. Let's go.
Protect the objective.
Defend the objective.
Tactical visor activated.
Don't let up on them.
Ryan back up.
I can do this with my eyes.
Let's get you back in the fight.
Risa back up for heals. Ryan back up for heals. So you can't. Anna can't see you.
Casting a healing spell.
My ultimate is ready. Fall back, fall back.
Did someone call for it? My servants never die.
seconds remaining.
Let's get you back out there. Casting a spell on you. Ich bin down.
Guys, don't go inside that room. As soon as you do, you're on. I can't see you.
30 seconds remaining.
Almost over. This is not your time.
Get.
It's hand.
They're almost out of time. We'll stop them here and now.
Immer unterbricht jemand bei der Arbeit.
Team up for special attack.
Round 1 complete.
Don't move.
Score 0-2. Switching sides. Prepare to attack. Select your hero.
I'll be watching over you. You know, Anna, there are procedures we could look into to repair your eye.
You're very kind. But I'm comfortable with
Can you
who
go
I
someone
am.
could TP above point?
It's a good reminder. I'm feeling young again.
Anna, how can this be? I thought you were dead.
I'm sorry, Reinhold. After everything that happened, I needed time.
My damage spell is upon you.
Just
Watch out,
trapdoor.
trap.
Go right side so we can.
Yeah, he's gonna spam right side door.
Saying let's go right side so we can get the.
Someone call for
Oh, I missed my hook. I'm gonna go up here and fuck him.
Oh, never mind. I guess we're gonna teleporting left. Okay. TP, TP, TP.
Take teleporter.
checking your damage. Did someone call for
Okay, let's go in.
I'm taking care of you. I have empowered you.
Nice job. See, your sim is different.
TP left. Fuck, it's gone already.
Objective A captured.
TP left.
Commence attack on
Oh,
objective.
a monkey's coming. Where's?
My teleporter is online.
Oh, take TP, take TP.
My damage spell is upon you.
Yeah, wait for tanks. Oh, huge! Going on that, going on. Yeah, I got res.
Monkey's jumping in on your back line.
Monkey slipped. Dead.
Trap. Nice.
Shit.
I want to back out here. Especially if they do that.
Saddle up.
We should probably go top.
Ich bin da. Did someone call for me?
Oh my god, what the fuck are they doing out here?
Let's get you back in the fight. Let's get you back out there. Damage increase.
What's his trap there? Trap.
Big stun.
No sleep.
Hog, could you maybe help the support behind you? No? Okay.
Let's regroup here.
A clean bill of health.
You have no heals with you. Don't know where you're going in. Stop going in.
There's 3 of you. Back the fuck up.
Enchanting your damage. My healing spell is upon you.
Monkey's behind.
My damage spell is upon you. I'm with you. Did someone call for a bit? My servants never die.
I'm wasting out now.
A monkey behind again.
Behind.
I'm taking care of
You have no heals.
I must go where I'm needed.
That monkey's gonna keep jumping a backline. We gotta kill him when he does.
Did someone call for a bit? Well done.
This will restore you.
Monkey's on the back already.
I must reflect upon this.
This will heal you.
Agreed, right? It's not working. Let's go.
Shohei Mahol. This is my will. This will prove your condition. Back at you. Allow me to repair the damage.
60 seconds remaining.
I'm restoring. Get into position. Not ready.
Slept.
I need healing.
That
Cannot lose. Attack. Need healing.
Seconds. 4, 3.
Skills coming at you.
Perhaps a new methodology is required.
I don't know where you guys are going.
Defeat. Play of the game. Double. Triple kill.
Yeah, that was annoying. I don't know what everyone was fucking doing on that last one. Yep.
Now arriving at Lijiang Tower. Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
What's up, everybody? Good talk.
Hello?
I'll be watching.
Howdy.
over you.
Nothing to worry about.
I've got you.
Something to worry about. As Dr. Liao
Schaden
always
verstärkt.
said.
Let's keep the skies clear together.
I am loving this.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Capture the objective.
They have a fair as well.
I'm taking care.
They're on as good, I'm swapping.
Venting your damage. Ich kümmere mich um
The objective is now.
Thanks for dropping your shield. You have no heals.
back in the fight. Ich bin da.
Let's get you healed up.
My damage spell is upon you. That's what I use.
Let's go to the right.
Where's half?
Fuck
Where's
them.
half?
Yeah, they have a fire. We're gonna get moved off if we go left.
My healing spell is upon you.
Ball's behind you. Come kill the ball.
Mercy's on fire.
A clean bill of health.
Good choice.
Did someone
Go.
call for this? Schaden verstärkt.
And just coming on your left.
What do you get?
There we go, there we go, there we go.
Helden sterben nicht.
That's the pick. We go, we go, we go.
Monkey, can you go after the Genji?
Good as new. Right beside you.
On his bed. On his res.
Where does it go?
This is gonna make you feel better.
Alright, come back. We'll regroup, regroup.
There's 5 seconds. 3, 2. Give 1 second.
Best round.
Oh, shit. Didn't realize. Shit, my bad.
Score 0-1.
Greetings.
I stopped you once. I can do it again. I wouldn't count on that.
Monkey, you gotta be able to focus Genji so that our hit scan can actually take out of the far.
Do it.
I'll dive their back line if you want to take a fair.
Capture the objective.
If you're cool with that, soldier.
Good choice.
Did someone call for this? Right beside you.
Genji's going after. Yes.
My healing spell is
Ryan's on me.
I'm with you.
The objective is now.
I'm taking the point. Venting your damage.
I just distracted Ryan on him.
I'm here.
Group up, group up.
Casting a healing
McCree's behind? No, Farah or Genji. One of those behind.
Genji. Monkey, go after Genji.
Crap.
Bars top, right.
I got one of them.
Did someone call for help? Let's get you back out there. My servants never die.
Oh shit.
Helden sterben if my healing spell is upon me.
Point. Nice.
Mercy in the Reichschaft.
Mercy's dead.
Let's get you back out there.
I got it to 99. Yeah, we got it to 99.
Group up.
I just regrouped.
A speedy recovery. I have empowered you.
Can't see running. So fuck me.
Check around. Ryan's dead.
Your Genji's won't. I have jump.
My servants never die.
I'm just gonna vault here again in a second. Jesus, I was getting ult fast.
Genji's
behind.
He's on the middle pack.
There we go.
My damage spell is upon you.
Round 2.
There we go.
1. Score 1-1.
Quit screwing around and get ready to move.
This is gonna make you feel better.
Once the mission starts, no more messing around.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 3. Capture the objective.
Hello there. Weapon system optimized.
Casting a spell on you.
Diva's up top.
Spell is upon you.
She's half.
Oh, fuck, where did Silk die at?
Farah's dead.
Genji behind. Genji behind. Genji behind.
He's half. He's one.
Okay. Your job. Come on.
Got him. Come back, come back, come back, come back.
Did someone call for me? Let's get you back out there.
Far left.
My servants never die.
I got Zarya.
This is not your time.
Mercy's one, Mercy's one.
Mercy's one.
Hat jemand den Arzt geholt? Damage amplified.
Farrah's coming from top.
My healing
Farrah's coming from top. She's half.
On point, guys.
Damage increase.
Got her. Move back to point, move back to point. I find him.
Yeah, Ryan, I don't know what you're doing.
Yeah,
up that
definitely
way.
move back to point with less Ryan. Diva's coming from the top.
Yep, and you just took out your heels.
We lost the point.
Witches don't die that easily.
Right here.
Let's get you healed up.
I have empowered you.
Oh my god. Nope, I don't want to be here.
Double kill.
Back in the fight. Group up with you.
Team kill.
Let's get you back out there. Injecting your damage. You look like you needed help, Andy.
Mercy, if you could res that literally like suck you off. Thank you.
The battle continues. My servants never die. Did someone call for me? I'm here.
Diva's was a
My healing spell is upon you.
Mercy, Red Spara.
I'm taking care. Did someone call for me? Helden sterben nicht.
Ah, rip. Yeah.
Ist jemand bei der Arbeit?
Play of the game.
Justice
Double
from above.
triple. Quadruple kill.
Alright, I'm gonna grab food real quick. I'll be back in like 20-30 minutes. I'll be right back.
National. We got to, and so tonight here I have not watched TV. Watch TV. I think seconds. Fiber. No. I don't know.
Oh. I'll be back in like an hour, so I'm gonna take a break.